Good morning, my people. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you all doing today? Welcome to some Train Sim Mod 5. Welcome to some Request the Route. It's been a minute since the last one. I think it was only last week, actually, to be fair. It hasn't been that long. Um, my camera needs adjusting again. Why? CP, ASR, Dan Churipan. Welcome. You guys are the only ones that I've seen in chat so far. Hope you guys are doing well. Good to see you today. Let me adjust my face colors and features. There we go. A bit less orange. Hello, Simon. How are you doing, mate? Good to see ya. Right. Where music? I take it you're just gonna ask that every single time. So I have chosen to ignore your question now. Route request Blackpool branches. ICT on the Dresden route. On the Expert 101 timetable. Class 465 on the Southeastern. High speed route. Cajon Pass. Okay. Another IP leaked. From who? From Dovetail? I thought that was leaked like a long time ago. Right, let's get the list up if I can find it. So we've got Blackpool branches. We've got Thank you, by the way, Dan, for that request. Got Cajon. I keep forgetting to do the dash at the beginning for the sake of order. Cajon Pass. I missed the greatest CSW stream of all time. It didn't seem that way. No, you can't request Christmas Express, Hank. Hello, by the way. I will wait the next LMU stream so I can join your daily and push you off the track. You're an LMU pro now. We shall see. You are more than welcome to go head to head with me, mate. I'm always welcome to a challenge. That's good to hear, Simon. I'm good as well myself. Thank you. Yeah. So what happened? Other than the pictures that were posted on Discord of what seemed like pretty sloppy work, what else was going on? Zola Groningen with the SNG. Now I'm gonna make my disclaimer after this. Anything with a 218, you gotta be a bit more specific for me, boss. Give me a route. Bremen, Oldenburg, service 66307. Right, so here's my disclaimer. Just as per the previous Request a Route stream, and what should be the case for all of the upcoming Request a Route streams, you need to be here for your route to be played. As you can see, we've already gotten, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's already 6 requests. Half an hour per request. That's that, and we've got 3 hours worth of services there, which could be like almost the entire stream. So it wouldn't be fair to have somebody wait in to see their requested route be played, and I'm playing yours whereby you're not here. It doesn't really make sense. So before I play each one, I'll call out the person who requested it. If the person doesn't come forward, I move on to the next one. And I'll leave it up there so that maybe if the person comes back and makes it, that's cool, that we can do it then. But if you're not there initially when I mention it, I'll skip over to the next one. HRR with the BR425. TLDR, train faults random events were disabled because not ready. Ha! The ICT run they did ended with a glorious red signal bug at Dresden. The old scenery is unchanged, which no one really expected it to be changed, though, to be fair. Well, if you did expect it, that's on you. The new lives mayor temporal speed limits won't have PZB such AWS magnets. Passenger ambience were allowed even when the silent car. Even with the silent car being the one near the driver, announcements were crap. Regional announcements on ICE saying the door opens on another side. They missing a bunch more. Wow. For a TLDR, that's a lot. Wow. Okay. So yeah, clearly. Anyway, clearly the game doesn't seem ready. But as I say so often, and I'll continue saying, if you're expecting anything sort of too different from what we've had historically, you've done yourself a disservice. Right, let me get started on the first one then. Let's head over some Blackpool branches. CP, it was you that said Blackpool branches. Have you got any particular train you want to see, Buzz? This means TSW is ready to be released. Bugs will be patched on TSW7. I don't know what I tend not to watch streams because I want to experience the route firsthand as permanent red at Dresden. Some features still not ready. There's the thing though, innit, Simon? If it was like a clean game, then you could kind of guarantee or at least be very sure that when you get the game, everything will work as planned. So it kind of makes sense in that regard to preserve the surprise aspect, if that makes sense. Something like TSW, which is so buggy so often, you almost have to watch the preview stream to make sure you don't end up spending your money where you'll later regret it. Like, it's almost like a cautious move rather than a spoiler. Yes, said I bought TS5 special edition. It's quite bad. So I assume you got it on a pretty sweet deal, Dan. Did they try to like remove that train and just have signal clear, or did they try and remove it and it still nothing happened? CP, are you gonna pick a train, or do you want me to pick one? If I'm gonna pick one, I'm probably just gonna pick a 142. 20 euros, for 20 euros for the special edition. Piss take, mate. For those who spent, was it 100 and you know what? Let me go for the blue livery. For those who spent like 100 and how much is it? £20, I think, or at least 120 euros, maybe. Right, this is bang on. Let me try to find something at a busy time. Half an hour, perfect. This one. No dynamic weather, please. How cool would dynamic feature actually be if it worked properly, man? Scenery and Bear, I mean, that apart from what I shared on the Discord, the Leipzig research section is basically similar scenery but worse because it's forest field, except the fields are 2D textures, and I just plowed. Yeah, I know exactly the textures you're referring to, and I don't mind it if that's how it is IRL, but at least put in some effort into put in some effort into like what's there, you know. Because a lot of the scenery on Nidatorban is just greenery, but it's greenery done to a good standard, you know. Right, let's get this train sorted. Let's get the doors open first and foremost. It's always fun jumping back into a train you haven't driven in a long time. I'm trying to remember where. I'm never trying to remember, but just trying to. Get back into the swing of, turning all the safety systems on or off, setting up the lights, everything basically. Cool. I think we're. Oh, we need to set our destination, don't we? Where are we headed to in this one? Manchester, Victoria. Oh my god, I can't get it right. Okay. Can it display the whole name, or is it just gonna say Manchester? Okay, guess only Manchester can fit realistically. I don't know if it's bad. I don't know if it's bad out here about on the forums, and if it's good, then it doesn't get spoiled. Win-win. Well, the good parts will get mentioned as well. Of course, the negativity will spread a lot faster and be a lot more almost potent on the forums. But you do have people who are sane, and will say, hey, you know what? At least this was done well, or at least that was done well. Yeah. The first time experience will always be good. Although, if the first time experience on something bad is still gonna be bad, that's the issue. Like, there are things here which I've played for the first time and encountered issues, and it's been a big letdown, you know. But that is the case if things are actually inherently bad, because like I use so often as an example, Arosaline. If you just had an opinion of Arosaline from what people wrote about it on the forums, it would be the worst DLC known to man, especially back in the CSW2 era. But I had my OCD thing of needing to buy all the DLCs chronologically, and I got to Arosaline. And I braced myself for a horrible experience. But I just needed to get through it. I needed to do it to kind of satisfy my brain. And lo and behold, I played it, and I thought, this is sick. This is really, really cool. I actually really enjoyed it. So sometimes you do have to just kind of like try things for your own.
The next stop is Clayton.
The barber pole thingy in the UI is now yellow and green. Ah, yes. The more important things. The things we're really asking about. Hello, Tim. How you doing? Well, you don't need to worry, mate. The Dutch route has been requested already. With the SNG, though. Which, you know what? I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't mind driving the Coploper, but at least I don't have to look at it, innit? Every time I go onto the exterior view. You know, with it being one of the ugliest trains in the game. Let's open that kind of worms again. I was on a train the other day where the driver was braking how I brake in TSW, where like you go a bit harder and you release, and you go a bit harder and you release as you're trying to like, you know, perfect a stop. And it was then that I realized how annoying it flipping is. You know what, let's just put the hammer down. The Leipzig end should be pretty built up with a fair bit of derelict buildings and abandoned railway infrastructure, quite a big city too. Well, I'm not sure about that, Simon, because from the screenshot I saw on our Discord, it seemed like there was at least one occasion where they haven't included a derelict station. Leipzig Hauptbahnhof light and at night looked like crap, and Dresden Hauptbahnhof didn't even have working PIS boards, and there were like 20 minutes of Dresden Hauptbahnhof doing anything, waiting for announcements to play. It looks like I'm with bad internet today. Surely British Ace ain't that bad. Surely not. I've heard that he can be pretty critical. Arosa's worse if you know what it's like IRL. Honestly, Simon, I think that law applies to maybe 95%, dare I say, of content in the game. I think I got very lucky with the routes that I'm familiar with, something like the Bakerloo line and the Suffragette line were actually done fairly well, Suffragette line especially. So those two being routes that I'm quite familiar with IRL, they would have been the easiest to criticize. But fortunately, they were done pretty well. And of course, Bakerloo line did have its flaws with like the bug with slippery rails inside tunnels, and lighting was sometimes questionable, and passenger numbers, and the bad timetable at the beginning. The bad timetable was especially noticeable. And to be honest, to this day, the sounds are pretty bad, because one staple of the underground, if you travel on it regularly, are the sounds. So the sounds always bothered me. But everything else was done fairly well, right? And to someone who's not familiar with the London Underground, maybe who hasn't travelled on it as much or has never travelled on it at all, they would have noticed that the sounds are as bad as they are. They would have noticed that the timetable was a little bit off. So they would have had a blast. Like even if they were to hear someone like me criticize those things, I don't think it would bother them that much, because there are many things that you guys or just chat in general has informed me about on several routes. The stuttering is horrible, by the way, but to be fair, I haven't played this route in a while. There are many things over many different DLCs that were criticized by you guys, and as you're telling me that, like in my mind I'm thinking, oh, that's a bit of a shame, but it's not actively hindering my gameplay, because I simply don't know that myself for myself, if that makes sense. Like, you can tell me like this station entry is a bit off. Okay, that's cool, I'll believe you, because you probably know it in reality or better than I do, but it won't hinder my experience. And because I guess Germany aside, because the content is so diverse in TSW in terms of the DLCs, it's very unlikely that you'll be bothered by the majority of DLCs and their flaws. I forgot to do the announcement for this station. Worst thing is that the ICET service they got was beta test before the stream, and it works fine. Interesting. Typical bugs though, innit? In terms of software, but yeah, it's not. It's a bit more annoying when it's in a game where bugs are seemingly just part of the gameplay at this point. Can we see Zvola Groningen of the DBC? The DBC UC Onnen. I don't know what that is, but if you're talking about like, can you see it in the game? All we've got is a Coploper and the SNG Sprinter. Matt was trying to ignore that big bush in the middle of a track. Oh gosh. I mean, it does feel weird in terms of the driving position on the Coploper, Simon, but it's a unique experience, to be fair. I can hate on the exterior all I want, but the reality is it provides a very unique, albeit a little bit boring, driving experience. New freight yard looks very, very empty. What platform did they play the game on? Did they play it on PC or console? The mountain route, Simon, that's where you need LiDAR. I don't know why they sometimes use LiDAR and sometimes won't. Every time they've used LiDAR, it's brought the environment to life in quite a spectacular way. And that's when you really feel the significance of the size of the mountains, because usually it'll be done on mountainous routes. On the London Underground, there are some diamond-shaped signs printed between the yellow line. What does that mean? I actually don't know. I know what you're talking about. But I actually don't know. I think if I had to hazard a guess, what they might be, because like at my station, this area doesn't have a diamond, but it's marked a bit differently. On platforms where you can have a station staff member assist a train with departure, that's where a station member would stand, and you would usually be in a place where they can see what the driver won't be able to see, because that's where you'll have station staff dispatching trains or helping to dispatch trains. It also could be something to do with assisting either mobility or visually impaired passengers. But usually we would put them on at the very front of a train. That's usually the way we do that. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Sorry, I can't answer that question for you. I'll ask, if I remember, I'll ask at work tomorrow. I'll see if I can get an answer. In other news, yesterday was the reveal of the new UI for FM26. I'm more and more convinced it's the same game. FM24 with new cosmetics, which was a bit of a shame. I still ordered it. An OCD freak. I hear that. I mean, I'd say like with how long it's taken them to release, I'd say probably just wait until at least you or like reviewers get it in hand, and then see what it's like from that point of view. The freight service on there. I don't think we have. I don't. Ah, with the Vectron, Joreno. That would be a whole different request. Hold on to that one for me. I'm going to add it to the bottom. I'm going to add it to the bottom of the list when I get to the next stop. PC with graphics at medium. Why? Was the PC just not strong enough to run it like maxed out? Why medium? That's weird. Why would you not want to show off the game in all its glory? I mean, it's going to look the same as this, but at least, you know? Oh yeah, no, they didn't start using LiDAR tech until I think TSW3. With Vorarlberg was TSW4. Was it TSW4 with Vorarlberg? I think it was TSW4. Okay, so what it sounds like, ASR, is just like dynamic weather. We have a feature where it would be better for it to be turned off altogether. It was 4, thank you, Dan. Because I think the graphics on console, because they already dipped to 40 FPS. Aye. Although, to be fair, it doesn't seem like they have the strongest PC. Usually. I guess we'll see. We'll see. You would have hoped they would have learnt from the Frankfurt fiasco. With regards to performance. Labs are gonna be funny to see on streams. Well, we'll see. We'll see on day one over here, innit? At least now my OBS is running on a separate PC. So if my gaming PC does go boom, at least you guys will be there to see it. Matt was saying something about you see the Steam FPS, not the real FPS. I mean, I'm pretty sure Steam displays your FPS. Maybe there could be some minor variations. But Steam won't be displaying 20 FPS while you're really running at 30. For example. Still waiting on the promised Dresden Flughafen extension. Was it promised ASR? I don't remember it being promised, boss. It was the green FPS count at the top right. Yeah, that's the Steam one. I don't think that reports false numbers. I used to use it. I was using it for years. Just like personally. Sometimes use it alongside other FPS reporting instances. Vorarlberg is the ultimate if you know it IRL is spoiled route. Busy international line with this. Yeah. And not to mention what keeps getting brought up over and over again in chat about the sounds of the talent as well. That's one of like the biggest examples I have of what I said before about it doesn't bother me when I don't know the real thing, and I think that applies to a lot of players because apparently the talent sounds crap, like really bad. And yet it doesn't bother me. And I'm not going to go looking for the real one sounds like, because then I'll just be upset. So, in a way, when it comes to TSW, sometimes ignorance really is bliss, because I enjoy driving that route, not knowing what the services are like IRL, not knowing what any of the trains there sound like IRL. So for me, it's driving a train, nice scenery, decent little experience, and that's about that. Yeah, I'm absolutely certain it's accurate, Dan. I don't know the back door and like the behind the scenes of how it does its thing and whatever, but I tend to find my eyes quite sensitive to frame dips, and it was always on point. Matt P promised the Meissen and Flughafen extension on a stream, then they both were scraps and Meissen was then later added. I mean, yeah, if it was scraps, I mean, I guess at that point the promise was no longer standing. Even the fact that the Meissen branch came, I think we were lucky to get that.
The next station stop is Preston, where this train terminates.
Had a funny experience in TSW the other day playing guard mode and cross seat and only passengers got on a new street, and I'm sure that's never happened IRL. I think that would happen even if you were running at like 1 in the morning. There are some stations that just never die down. Or an experience away. Guard mode and there's no one to check tickets for. At this point, it's almost like they keep bringing in features as marketing to say, hey, we've got guard mode. You could be a guard. We've got temporary speed restrictions. You can experience temporary speed restrictions. You can experience random faults. Like, it all sounds good in the marketing. And then you go to experience it and you find out it's not actually a great experience. Yeah, but they've been investigating that issue, ASR, for a long time now. Guard mode completely abandoned too. Yeah. As is dynamic weather. It once upon a time, Matt would acknowledge it quite often. Say that they're taking a look at it and there's something going on with the... Basically, he'd say something that seemed quite promising. And all now, a couple years later, nothing. Announcements. At some point, they're going to go to crap and nothing will be done about it. They'll get abandoned. Random faults at some point will go to crap and nothing will be done about it. Random events will go to crap at some point and will get abandoned. And you can say, oh, why are you saying that? Like, it's not even happened. Oh, TSW6 is not even out. It's not even out and you're saying that. I'm going based off history. The history that's been consistent since TSW2. I'll be happy to be proved wrong. But the reality is, every new feature that comes into the game will at one point become abandoned. If you really want to go there, it becomes abandoned the minute it drops. Whether it has some flaws or some bugs or not. Because dynamic weather drops and it was never like built upon. Random events is going to drop and I don't think it will ever expand more than what it is. Train faults will drop and I don't think it will ever be expanded upon. Like I said, to me, it almost seems to me, it seems to be like a marketing thing. So they can say in the marketing, hey, our game has this and it's got that and it's got this and it's got that. And to be fair, it sounds lovely. It sounds lovely when you put it like that. But in practice, you will find yourself a little bit disappointed. And again, I hope I'm proved wrong. If I'm proved wrong, it gives me a better gaming experience. So ultimately, I hope I'm wrong. Going off by history, going off by, fair to say, I think logic, I don't think I will be wrong. Honestly, ASR, I think that's a whole other topic. When you're now dealing with the player base and certain groups within the player base, I think that's a whole different topic. I won't even go there. I'll stick to the facts. I'll present my own opinion. I'll directly respond to yours. And leave it there. In a way, Simon, yeah. In a way, yeah. In a way, because it's basically in the game now, right? In their build. And that's it. It won't be touched upon. Don't you think, ASR, in a way, that's kind of the case now? Because TSW6 is being previewed. Content is being previewed. We're not in an early alpha build stage. The game's being previewed, and yes, I understand work in progress. Let's be honest, we're a couple of weeks away now. What you see is what you'll get. So if something is not ready, to me that sounds like it's there but it's broken and it needs to be fixed. And maybe that's the only time they'll actually give it attention. Because after it gets fixed in their eyes, it won't be fixed anymore. You say it's not enough, Simon. But it is though, isn't it? Like if we're going to be real, it is. That's why they do it. We buy it regardless. I'm guilty because I'm part of that. We will buy it regardless. They see that it works. Listen, before anything, Dovetail are a business first, right? One of the most used phrases when it comes to complaints against Dovetail is that they're greedy. Okay, so we know they love money. No worries. They're a business. Cool. So why do you think they keep doing things the way they're doing then? If you know that they're greedy, and we also know that they're a business, why do you think they keep doing what they're doing? It's a reality I don't want to accept, but it's a reality. What TSW2 intro ASR? Like the Dovetail splash screen. You have to uncouple, and when you end there, you have to couple. I mean, that's a part of a lot of services in the game already. You just have to like seek them out.
The next station stop is Preston, where this train terminates.
Had a 1 kilometer delay. Jesus. Ah, right, Simon. Right. I mean, I don't think we've had enough to justify a new release since Rush Hour, bro. And Rush Hour wasn't even a new release. It was just a follow-on from TSW2. Oh, this starter is atrocious, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Like I said, I haven't played this route in a very long time. So, shaders and all of that. Oh my god, Joreno, I forgot to add your service onto the route list. I said I was going to do that at the next station like half an hour ago. It will actually be if we do make it down to there. It will actually be my first time driving the Vectron. Not played, completed. No, played. Thank you very much, CP, for that. We've got Navica Dresden with the ICET. Was that you, ASR, that requested that? Hello, Ryan. What are the routes? They're literally like There's a list of them above me, boss. Or do you mean what are the routes in the game? There's too many to list. You have to head over to the TSW wiki and just look at all the releases. This is starting off strong. What, in terms of the routes? Blackpool Branch is a solid shout, to be fair. Look at this scenery around Dresden. I don't want to spend too long looking around. Just because I want to get cracking on with these requests. Oh, this has the broken PZB, isn't it? Or was that fixed? Because the 85 is flashing, but I should be on a 45 restriction. Oh, really, Ryan? Nice. I haven't driven on Cajon Pass since TSW3. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, the ICE1 and the IC3 have broken PZB as well. I thought it was just this. So how do I know, like, how am I meant to know when that restriction is over? I guess I'll just wait for it to stop flashing, innit? Wait. Where do we have the ICE3? Because in my head I thought we just had the ICE3M. Pardon my ignorance here. Ah. So how does the 3 differ from the 3M? I thought we had the 3M on Munich Augsburg. Actually, 3M has the analog display. Oh, and the 3 has digital, like these. I had absolutely no clue. It's something that like I didn't actively think about at the time, but now, yeah. Ah, the M stands for multi-system. Interesting. Okay. So hold on. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I was thinking about Köln Aachen as well. That uses a 3M. This is another route I haven't driven since TSW. Yeah. Pretty sure since TSW3. Should be going at 60. Hello, treble winners. How you doing, mate? Good to see ya. After Dresden news that you'll pass a station which has missing OHLE that hasn't been fixed in CSW6. Yeah, I mean, again, that has become more of a feature than a bug. I'm just chewing gum, mate. Is it coming through? If it's coming through, I'll throw it away. I usually have chewing gum after coffee just to kind of help my teeth and breath. And just generally after food as well. So yeah. I know about the current Aachen services. After TSW4, maybe the Vectron scenarios you played it, maybe, but I can't recall like clearly. It wasn't a memorable experience. Top route this. It's up there with the best. You know, minor flaws aside, as like a train sim route with all the services, the variety of trains and their respective services. It's up there. It's up there. Like it or not, it is up there. Okay, good. I don't want to be that like annoying, like a bloody high school girl. Yeah, that's why I took a moment to think about it, ASR, because it dropped as a like it was remastered, right? So I was wondering whether I was playing it around that time, but I just like you said, maybe with a Vectron, but I can't remember clearly. OHLE missing heads. I'm not even going to be looking for it, man. I can't even fully like lock in when I'm streaming anyway, because I'm constantly looking looking over at chat, and when I'm not looking at chat, I'm responding to chat, and like I'm too in my head replying. That's why I do tend to play a lot of TSW off stream as well, because then I can actually like, you know, do my pretend train driving properly. Well, there you have it. I did see it. You wanted me to see it so badly, I saw it. Now my gameplay experience has been ruined. How about that? How do you feel now? I know this is very stupid, but someone said on the comments of some vid that the route collectible on the Portuguese route. That is diabolical. That's absolutely diabolical. That case will be a case for the ages. It will never be resolved. But there will forever be a conspiracy of why was it treated the way it was treated. I miss my mods. As in like the game mods. I feel like this time around the experience isn't as bad as it was last time when I stopped using mods. But I think part of that could be down to the fact that there are a lot of mods from like TSW 2, 3, 4 that were really good mods. Really good mods that just never made it to the next iteration. I mean, maybe they work, but unless, for me, if the author doesn't specifically say my mod is insert current iteration here compatible, I'll stay away from it. Charlie Kirk wasn't a politician. He had strong political. I say strong political views. The guy just had political views. That one hurt me a little bit, man, because his content would come up a lot, and there was not a single time I ever sat and listened to a reel where he was talking and I disagreed with what he said. Not a single time. And just seeing the video, the close-up video, was just yeah, just madness. Madness. I don't know what was going on in Poland, or the Russian drones in Poland. I know nothing about that. And I wouldn't put the TSW preview on the same. I wouldn't hang it on the same line as those other two things. But I guess each of their own. Please, Joshua, don't harm Simro. I mean, there was talk. I don't know, like, honestly, I don't know what's what sometimes. Unless, like, I'm always very careful with the information that I get, obviously, depending on the source. But with regards to, was it Train Life? What was that, like, really promising train sim? Which had a demo released a couple of years ago. Either Train Planet or Train Life, one of them. I think it might have been Train Planet, actually. But regardless, I read that the reason that that game sort of never really came to fruition was because the developers basically went to war. I think some of the team went to fight, and because they were based in Ukraine, some of the team went to fight, and aside from that, it was just like, because of the unstable situation, they just couldn't continue. They couldn't continue working on it. Because the drones didn't harm anyone, the preview harmed all of our hopes. Did it though? Did it? I will always listen, if you guys come to me and tell me that you had hope, I will criticize you. Not criticize you, I'll criticize that hope. I had this conversation like earlier this same week, or at the end of last week, or whenever. Why? What hope from where? Why don't you learn? Why do you do yourself a disservice of just not learning? At this point in TSW's life, TSW as a series, if you still have hope for something, you've played yourself. You've played yourself. You've done yourself harm. Train Planet. I think it was Train Planet. Around 20 Russian drones entered Polish airspace. Was there a reason for it, or like Poland? Oh, almost makes me feel sick. Has Poland intervened in like the Russia-Ukraine situation? I don't even know what's happening with that situation. Is there still a war going on, or what? I barely see anything about that anymore. Wait, surely with GNT I could have navigated that curve at 160, right? Isn't that the whole point of having a tilting train? Why did I need to dip down to 130? Okay, that's the one then. Yeah. I knew there was like an ETS2 style train game with a similar name. I just didn't know which one. I mean, to be fair, Dan, you got a banging value because special edition comes with a ton of routes at 20 euros, bro. You've got those routes at a bigger discount than any sale could have ever given you. Like any sale for direct, for each DLC individually. By the Kremlin. Kremlin was a car in The Simpsons Hit and Run. It belonged to the comic book store guy. I don't know why I remember that. That's always stuck with me. I really enjoyed driving that car. Simpsons Hit and Run was a classic, man. I never finished it though. I downloaded it on my. Initially I had it on PS2. I never finished it. Then I downloaded it on my laptop like 10 years ago, with the intention that I was gonna eventually finish it. Didn't finish it. I think I need to download it again. I need to play that game until I finish it. What an absolute classic. It does sound like the stream is worse than even people's worst expectations, though. They should have abandoned it. Yeah, but wouldn't it? Again, the issue is, like we said earlier, with the fact that it's a new iteration. Because if there was no TSW 6 and Dresden Leipzig was coming out for TSW 5, it would have just fit in as normal. Oh, here we go, another route, another buggy route. What's new, you know? But the fact that it's going to be a core release, a core route with a new release, that's what sort of just puts in a bit more salt into the wound. Hello, Tom. How you doing? Nabil, goodbye. Yeah, you know what, Dan? I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. That's like my angle. I do it a lot, but I do also sometimes take advantage of things like that. Hence my intention to buy the special edition of TSW 6. Thank you, Nabil. You too. Hello, Hacker 911. Usually they hide the bugs on the stream. Well, I don't think they hide it per se, but they sort of just sweep it under the rug and just completely ignore it, like what was being said earlier about the bush. I just think that it sounds like with these bugs, there was no avoiding them. There was no ignoring them. Thank you for the follow, Hacker. There was no ignoring them. So, maybe it appears that this one was different because of that. Is what a coincidence, Tom. Special boss. Could be a coincidence, Tom. Could not be. For what reason, Nabil? Because I don't like legit own all of the routes that are coming with the special edition, so it's my opportunity to get them at a decent little value. All right, ASR, enjoy, mate. I hate it when I'm at work and they give me work during your stream. Nah, brother, work comes first, man. Work comes first. Slide me in the background. Mute me if you need to lock in. I'ma be here, man. Just look in temporarily so when it's time for your request to get played, then I can do that for you, innit? Or you just don't say anything, so then I skip it, and then I will check for it. I'll check for you again, because I'm not gonna lie, I already don't. Oh yeah, your one is the next one, so I can either postpone it a little bit until a little bit after, or if you can just say F it and we go forward. Looks like the Lisbon funicular tragedy will cause a lot of problems to the city mayor. Why? Where's whoever pays the bills? Do I prefer dogs or cats? I prefer cats. Sorry, my dog people. Like, it's not even a question. It's not even something I need to think about. The maintenance company wasn't licensed. Oh. Okay, that's a big problem. And he should be in trouble for that, if we're being honest. So, yeah. It is what it is. Something chill, something that can be done in 30 minutes in that case. Well, to be fair, mate, we've only got 9. Well, we're due at reset 9 minutes, so do your thing. We'll see. We'll see. Should be good. I'm on the second display. Alright, cool. To this day, I'll never know where the big white covers disappeared to. I know what I saw. Maybe it was this bulge. Do the other ICEs have this bulge? That sound was so 3D. The company was also based at a fake place. That's insane. To whose benefit, man? I mean, cool. Well, I guess the CEOs, right? Easy money. What is it? Is it worth the risk? I mean, I don't know how like scrutinized things like that are in Portugal, but it just doesn't seem like it's worth the risk, man. That badge will always have a place in my heart, Tom. Well, minus the satanic emblem. Satanic part of the emblem. United, man. A well of bitterness. That's what Man United became. A well of bitterness. One thing I think they've done pretty well with these ICEs is the sounds, like the interior sounds. Like I've never been in an ICE, but this is what I can like imagine it kind of sounds like. I think they've done pretty well in the Pendolino as well. Where's the hype for GTA? I was hype for a game that keeps getting delayed that I've been waiting for 13 years. At some point, my boy, there will be no hype. Or to be fair, it will be when it comes closer. When the release date is closer. No one's hyped for a March 2026 release date in September 2025. Transport company reduced the cost with maintenance too. So they were a fake company, basically, in a way, offering cheap maintenance. Fire everyone. The mayor for not licensed for allowing it to go. The people, because it comes down to a whole bunch of people. A whole bunch of people played a part in that. I assume certain parties may have been, what, paid off, potentially. Because how does something like that even slide? And I'm assuming that was the case for many years. And the crazy thing is, if not for this incident, they would have just continued. Do I have high expectations? Of course. Everyone does. Although I think there's a high possibility that it won't be the jump from GTA 5 to Red Dead won't be as the jump from Red Dead 2 to GTA 6 won't be as big as GTA 5 to Red Dead 2. In terms of like little details and quirks and just things that Rockstar's known for. I feel like it would be a slightly elevated Red Dead 2 experience in modern day Florida. I could be wrong though. I could be completely wrong. But I'm that's like my way of tempering expectations a little bit. Bro's talking about Red Dead 3. Right now, it's in your imagination. Right now. And that's why I was asking CP, what's the point? Other than to make money. Because it just seems like the risk was too large. If you want, you can be the one to create audio through just too lazy. And that's it. The only thing stopping you is laziness. Not finances. The hundreds of thousands at least that you'll need. Not a team. Not the software. Only thing is stopping you is just laziness. You know what? I like that. I like that about you. You've got self belief. In this life, you have to be delusional, boss. You have to be delusional. What's not copyright, Tom? Rockstar hates to see you coming. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah. Sure thing, man. Absolutely. I just realized I'm sitting about a mile away from my screen. Let's fix that real quick. Hello. That's much better. I've measured it. I've estimated it. I've estimated it, boss. I mean, Tom, he could make like a knockoff. He could make a knockoff for like as a mobile phone game version of TSW of RDR3. I don't think we'll be getting any further than that though. You're embarrassed. You're embarrassed by what, Tom? Mobile games are a great market. I remember when I was. When was it? I think it must have been when I was in college. And I had the idea to make like a Flappy Bird style game. And I started looking at mobile game development and I was like, yeah, I can't be bothered. This is a lot. And I just wasn't ready to. I wasn't ready to educate myself. But mobile phone games are like a multi-trillion-dollar business. Like the mobile game that I play, it's a very basic game, but it's so like pay to win. And there are people. This is gonna sound like a joke, but it's really not. There are people who have spent millions. As in, there are multiple people that have spent millions of dollars, maybe not millions, but over $1 million on this game that I play, and masses that have spent tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. Like until you see the statistics yourself, you won't believe it. It's Last War. Average East London Uni project. You made me miss my bloody thing. You'll break the records for what? Seychelles would break that record easily. I don't think you know what's going on right now. And you know what's crazy? The first person to have spent like hundreds of thousands on the game doesn't even play the game anymore. And it's basically like a game where you have like your base and you're part of a team and stuff like that. And now his base just sits like lonely by itself. And it's just wild that somebody was able to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a game to just not play it anymore. Like it's just insane to think about. Yes, Tom. Oh my god. He's gone and done it again. Thank you very much, Nabil, for the subtitles, boss. Only 20,000 monthly players. Only 20,000 people, of whom a big part of that are spending thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. As in, there are many players. There's a person on my team that spends hundreds of dollars a day. Hundreds of dollars a day. So you go and do the maths. And our alliance is one of the weaker ones. The stronger ones have those players. Like all of the players on the team are big spenders. So you go and do the maths. Oh my god. You know what? I'm calling it here. Open the doors. Thanks for getting all these pizza beasts. Dan, you've seen the vision. You've seen the vision, Dan. Oh, Nabil, don't worry, bro. Neither did I. Neither did I. You see how much everything costs, and how much they make you pay for the smallest things, and then you see what people have. Like there are certain, for example, bases, certain base designs that are £400. You don't win them. You don't get them in a lucky box. No. You can only get them by paying £400 or 450, I think it is. And a lot of people have those bases, and you'll see a whole teams with everyone that has those bases. And then it's very in depth. For me to explain it properly, you'd have to know the game, because it's a very 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 in depth game, and there are so many, like the devs have done they've worked magic to create what they've created. You think I'm joking, boss? Go on the Reddit. If you go on r/last war game, I think the Reddit thing is, and just and you'll see what you and just look at the conversations that people are having. Right. Southeastern high speed. Let's go. The best route in the game. Class 465. 29 minutes, 9:30. We'll do this one. I'm not gonna lie, this train is so dry to drive in Train Sim Classic. When do we get into Calhoun Pass? After we play this service. Have you ever severely fallen into the endless void of app purchases? No. As a matter of fact, I've bought a few things for this game. It's the first game I've ever spent money on. The first ever mobile game I've ever spent money on. I got sucked in. It is very specific, Nabil. But you know what? I like that from Simon. I don't think Simon's ever given me like a request that's just this route of this train. Like he knows exactly. Simon's the man who knows exactly what he wants, and I can respect that. Moani's Roblox, Fortnite, and Minecraft. Well, in terms of PC gaming, I've spent a lot of money. Spent a lot of money on Warzone. Not a lot, but I spent money on Warzone. I spent money on Fortnite. I've spent money on. That's really it. Everything else is like the Crew Motorfest or Forza Horizon 5. I bought the deluxe, like the editions, the expensive ones, so that comes with like a lot of content. So I don't know if you'd count that as well. You spent money on Roblox, Nabil. You and your stush self, you spent money on Roblox. On Roblox. I hope it was worth it, boss. I hope it was worth it. You know those servers where you need to pay Robux to play on? Is it just like a one-time payment and then you have access to it forever? Or do you have to pay on like some sort of regular basis? Back in 2018. Okay. Times were different. Times were different back then. I'll let it slide. This is taking a long time to load, isn't it? I just realized how long I've been sitting here waiting for this. That's not right. That doesn't feel right. Shader's my backside. I'm pretty sure I've played Dresden. I've played this more recently than Dresden. I don't want to do anything with that old me. Hey, boss, listen. At least, like, you know, you can say that you've made progress. You've made progress. You've grown. You've matured. You've grown wiser over time. Although, you know what? Listen, as much as I joke, spend money where you want to spend your money, man. Like if I had time to play Roblox Croydon enough, I'd be happy to give them a little $5 a month. Are you saying Roblox time for me? Five years later, I also regret the things I've been doing now. I don't know. I don't know if you regret them necessarily, but there'll definitely be moments of learning. You know, like you can know that, yeah, like I've grown. Welcome back here. So how is your food? Is this just not gonna load? I don't have any mods installed. I'll give it like 2 more minutes. But this is ridiculous. Well, I do have mods. I've got like the graphic, like the INI changes and stuff like that. Like there's modifications to the game, and I guess God mode as well. But that's pretty much it. It's really just not gonna load. I played it. The day I went to Chatham. The day I went to Dovetail HQ, I played this route and it was fine. I ran what service did I do? I played with a I think it was with a 700 class 700. I'm pretty sure it was with a class 700 and it ran completely fine. It was completely fine. So what's the issue with it today? How is it fine with the mods? And now that I've removed all the mods, it's no longer fine. How does that make any sense? I think I'm going to have to, Dan. I think I'm going to have to. But I don't really understand why. I don't know if it's a game issue, if it's like an issue of the actual game itself, or whether it's it's an issue from my end. That's a shame, man. Like I've got God mode. I've got hide the route hopping stupid thing that are just there at all the stations. I've got the cam fixes, and then that's it. Maybe I got some stuff at the bottom. Nah, those are literally the only mods I have. God mode, hide the route hopping stuff, and the cam fixes. That is it. That is it. Everything else is DLCs. That makes no sense. No sense. I don't know, ASR. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And I say I don't know because things are happening, but not direct. I'm not communicating, or at least it doesn't seem like I'm communicating with Dovetail. But I have been communicated to and offered a key. Now, what makes me a little bit confused is it's not communication of Dovetail directly, but the person's name matches someone from there. So I'm not sure exactly. Like, I'm not sure if it's just a coincidence. But it doesn't seem like the approach wasn't. It didn't seem like a response to that email. It seems like an entirely new thing for TSW6. No, I don't have it yet. It hasn't been given to me yet. Thank you, Tom. Our posture's pretty sweet, though. Well, it's not perfect, but I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable. I need to figure out what's going on with this. I don't have any mods that should affect anything to do with this route, man. That's really annoyed me. That's really, especially like I said, I played it. What was it now? 2 months ago? Last month? The month before? All right, let's do Cow and Pass. I don't know if I'm gonna get a half an hour service on here. I don't even know what to go for. Surely anything that's like less than an hour and something is gonna be, what's it called? Shunting. Yeah, the shortest runs are 40 minutes. Right, independent first, then wait, no. Automatic brakes first. No. What's the process of braking these trains? You don't use independence because you cook the brakes. No, you bail off on the independence when you increase the dynamic. You know, it's dynamic brakes first, and then is it every time that you want to increase the automatic brakes, you bail off the independence? Goodness me, I don't remember. Dynamic then auto. When you apply auto, bail off independent. Okay. Okay. Thanks. God damn. Okay, I've done that ASR. I don't know if that was necessary, but we should be good. Hit Windows sometimes to tell it to update and shut down instead of updates and restarts. I do have that happen, but like it happens maybe only like 20% of the time. Hello, Transport Legends. Currently on a Scottish City Link Volvo 9700 DD on 900 from Edinburgh to Glasgow. Oh, nice. There was a train swap. So when the 390 doesn't run, what do they swap it with? What would you have ended up on? Bro, so what? I just can't play Southeastern High Speed anymore. Is that it? That's it. That's wild. What if it's an issue with like my save game, and then even on TSW6 I still can't play Southeastern High Speed? Should my lights be on bright? Almost the Dutch route time. It will be after this one, Hank. To be fair, mate, we've just started it. So it's gonna be about half an hour or so. It was stopped was another with another 390. So what was the issue then? How come you didn't get it anyway? If it was just gonna be if it was another 390. I thought the fact that it wasn't a 390 anymore, that was why you ended up getting a coach. What did I do at the play lab? Wouldn't you like to know? I don't know, Nabil. I voiced that is what I want and the reason why. So what I'm thinking is, if it's not gonna be special or even deluxe, I'll settle for deluxe. But if it's not gonna be either one of those, and it's just gonna be the base game, what I'll do is I'll still buy the special edition for myself, and then I'll do a giveaway for the key that I'll get if it's just the base edition of the game. It is bad, Simon, and I've got no idea, mate. I've got no idea why that's the situation. Like I said, I only last played it in July. I think it was July that I went to Dovetail HQ. So, and I came home, and because I had like been traveling on that particular bit of rail, I was in the mood for it. So I don't really know what's happened between. Like, the only thing I know that's happened between then and now is that I've deleted all my mods, and so I'm wondering if there was something. There's something in my save game that's attached to one of the mods, and as long as I don't have the mod, then the route's not gonna play. That would be scary. This says trail, and that's wrong, right? How's that able to get moving? Okay. I'm not even gonna question it. Yeah, I'd say save it for another day then, Transport Legend. Save that request for another day. I'm planning on doing some more requester routes before TSW6. Ah, real-time trains didn't say. It was at 100 either to Edinburgh to Glasgow. Oh, okay, fair enough. I played the game at PlayLab. What game did I play at PlayLab, Nabil? Maybe TSW5 had a moment. It'll work if you try again. I mean, ASR, I tried it, closed the game, tried it again, and had to close the game again. So I wouldn't cling on to any hope in that regard. Metro Rivals. Is that the leaked IP? I actually don't know what's been leaked. So I can't, even if I like had to hazard, even if I wanted to say, I can't confirm or deny. I haven't actually seen anything about that leak. Would you believe me if I told you I don't like... No, let me not even say that. I don't know. I don't know if it's Metro Rivals or not. I haven't seen if the IP has been leaked. Has anything been leaked with it? Pictures, videos. Not like I would say anyway, but more so for my own knowledge. DTG trying to be the second Marvel. Just 2 games. Oh, just a name. Then yeah, I ain't got a clue. Wait, was that when someone on the forum said that they saw on like the government website or something that Dovetail had trademarked it? Is that where it came from? Yeah, I've heard all about it. Transport Legends, heard all about it. Nothing really new, per se. Still sucks. But we should have been ready for it. Just a paper saying that Metro Rivals is a registered name with copyright. Okay, so yeah. So I think that information is just available on the government website then. I think that's where it came from initially. Ah, Nabil. The whole gaming government funding thing is just a mess. I don't know how any of it is where it's at. Yeah, the abandoned station was a shame, man. I mean, what's the excuse for it, you know? If you have the references and you've been studying, you know, the route and stuff, what's the excuse, man? Bro said they gave me a loading screen to load the front of the train. Still better to have a slightly wrong abandoned station. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. There's no like, for me, there's no excuse for it, man. There's no excuse for it. Because there was that other screenshot that you posted as well of the badly modeled bit of infrastructure of the station, and it's like, okay, at least the station's there, you know. The modeling's not great, but at least the station's there. City Transport Sim is fading massively. 47 players right now. For all the marketing and advertising and all of the noise that's, you know, been invested into the game, that's terrible, man. The abandoned station is in TSC. Was that route also made by Dovetail? Well, that's the funny thing, Nabil. They intentionally said, sorry, they said that they intentionally were going to do it differently from OMSI. So, what a surprise! You decide that you're going to do differently than the #1 game in that field, and you think your game's going to do well. It was made by DTG as well, so yeah, there really is no excuse. Wow. That's interesting. In TSC, they made Dresden Race and extended it to Leipzig. I mean, yes, of course, but that was just a part of TSC. We'd have a route from A to B, and then it would be extended to C, and sometimes extended further. I'm not quite sure, Simon, but there's a picture of it on our Discord. Everyone said they need to introduce proper modding. Yeah, but it just seems like nowadays, Nabil, even on consoles, it's always been a thing, although they've started to open up a little bit more. But I've been seeing more recently on PC, devs like shy away from modding, even though it's what's kept many games alive. It's a weird thing to see. And I strongly believe Subway Sim 2's success lies in modding. Fortunately, it seems that they're going down a positive route. They're talking about it, they're opening the doors to it, but it's still not accessible to the level it needs to be for it to be successful. Dresden Leipzig, when the 146.2 doesn't operate. Interesting. What do you mean? Do you mean that the train, they've got the train there and it doesn't operate there in reality? Oh, okay, right. But that's a little bit annoying, considering there's already plenty of stock there. Like, they didn't need to take artistic licensing in adding that train. There's plenty there already. I'm part of Don Reichenbach. That was a station image, right? Can't trust the Desert Subway Sim to deliver. They keep putting that one depot and maintenance train on the roadmap, whereas that should have already released back in Subway Sim 1. What, were they putting out images of it in Subway Sim 1? Are we just looking at vaporware then? Analogic Speedo. With footage. Well, that's a little disappointing. When recently? And did you tell me that it was from Subway Sim 1? Yeah. But I didn't know that was from Subway Sim 1. Yeah, ASR. Because, yeah, initially you could say that they knew that Subway Sim 2 was coming, so they held it back. But then, yeah, so why hasn't it? It should have been released at release if they were really working on it. Anyway, we'll see how modding goes. We'll see how modding goes. Because I'll rely more on the community to deliver than the studio or the developers themselves. Who is it that requested Zvola? It was Joreno. Joreno. I wonder what it's like to be living out here. Where it's just constantly dry, constantly hot. Well, for me, Nabil, I think I still haven't been stung by Subway Sim 2. It's all like it released very positively. The only bad negative really was some lighting issues and performance. And you had those like funky trees with the weird texture. But they've all been sorted out. They've been working on lighting and actively improving it. Performance has improved. So my experience so far has been pretty positive. What's sweaty, Tom? I think I need to invest in a proper webcam. Not a proper webcam, but a proper like camera. Bloody expensive though. $30 players right now. But man, the potential is there. The potential is there. It could blow. Let's say modern opens and we start to see routes from other countries and DLC content start coming out. Like they're in a good place right now. They just need to play their cards right. They're holding a good deck in their hands right now. They've got a good set of cards. They just need to play them right. Now, and that's what's keeping me away. And it's similar. I got the same issue with Subway Sim 2 as I do with SimRail. Like both games, if we're gonna talk about realism, trump TSW, any TSW. But with SimRail, you're stuck with samey Poland. With Subway Sim 2, you've got 3 lines. And it gets to the point where with Subway Sim 2, even with random events, which are so sick, and realistic passenger behavior and realistic announcements, and I can't really speak for the sounds, but the sounds sound pretty good. And they've been working on the sounds as well. It's like everything is in order, everything that I could ask for from a train sim. I'm not too fussed about multiplayer, except the variety. And the reality is, maybe if we had the London Underground, but let's say it was just the Piccadilly line and District line, for example, and you could only go back and forth on those. Maybe because I'm from London and I'm familiar with those trains and those lines, maybe it would work for me. So maybe it works for someone from Berlin. Maybe it works for someone from Hamburg. But if we're talking on a global scale, nah. And that's why SimRail is very successful among Polish players, because the Polish, that's their local network, be it the trains, be it the lines. So there's always going to be a big Polish community playing SimRail. But if they can get that quality and those features and that just general realism, to be fair, and simulation into a German route, onto the US route that they keep talking about, then you'll have like a big Polish community, but that will be global. Waterloo and Cityline. Bro, I never really understood how boring that route actually is. Until I was doing my training and we were doing some work. Some part of our training was on the Waterloo and City line. I mean, I didn't even realize it was just back and forth until like 10 years ago. I was just like studying the map one time. I'm sitting on the train and I'm just looking at the map. That's what I tend to do. I tend to just look at that. If I'm not on my phone, I tend to just look at the map and just study it, because it's always like above where you're sitting. And I realized, hold on a second, Waterloo, then Bank, and that's it. That's the line. And I was really curious to travel on it. Then I traveled on it once, and what do you know? It was just 5 minutes from A to B. Yeah, I don't get that, man. I mean, if you want like, all it will offer is a guard mode experience. That's all it will offer, because staff on DLR trains, they take care of the doors and they check tickets. That's it. They can drive the train. They have the ability to drive the train, but you don't need to. It's only in an emergency situation, or if the train's faulty or whatever. So, like, I don't know. If somebody is like really into guard modes, then it could work for them. Otherwise, I mean, Simon, remember, this is a pretty quiet section in terms of activity on this route. I think the highlight of this route is trying to manage a mile-long train weighing that many tons. You know, I think that's where the fun is. But realistically, if you like freight services, if you're into that kind of thing, then you know what comes with that. So whether it's Horseshoe Curve, whether it's Cajon Pass, whether it's maybe Sandpatch, you know that it's going to be a big aspect of like boringness. But yeah, like you said, matter of taste. Maybe someone's into that. I'm into shunting. I like shunting. Like, I don't know why I'm into shunting. I can acknowledge that it's very boring. You just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, coupling, uncoupling, coupling, uncoupling. I don't get it. I don't get why I like it, but I just do. God mode is underhated. I like this new phrase, underhated. Yeah, it's a few. Yeah, it's a few tons. It's a few tons, ASR. Definitely a few tons. At least. It's at least 2. It's at least 2. I like freight, but in a busy area. Yeah, but that's what it is, though, isn't it? It's like US freight is freight, but not really, because you've got US freight, which is completely different from German freight, which could be completely different from UK freight. Although to be fair, usually UK and Germany freight are quite similar. It's more US freight that is kind of in a league of its own. Although if you're going uphill in this, if you're going the way that leads you uphill, then you just hold it in throttle 8 and then you just go off and do something. Very similar to just driving with letting the train use LZB and sort of almost autopilot mode itself from A to B. Shunting in Derail Valley. The thing is that I don't really play much Derail Valley. I don't mind it there. I had fun with it there. But I prefer doing it on here. We're excited to share that ETS2 and ATS have collectively reached more than 500,000 wishlist additions. That's insane. Yo, they're gonna make bang. Because even if the game just sells for a tenner, which is it's obviously gonna sell for more, because and we're not even counting DLCs. Let's just say it sells for a tenner. That's 5 million. That's 5 milli off the rip. I'd like to see more trip freight picking up and dropping off as you go. Do you think that could work, Simon, on the routes we have now? Because I'm thinking you need a really long route for to have a proper experience of that kind, where you go a significant distance, sorry, drop something off, maybe pick something up, then go another like half an hour, 40 minutes, let's say. I think it would take a long route. Like, you could make it work here, but you'd be doing like 2 drop-offs max. Bro said, I hope consoles will not get it 75% sales. Like, you know what? I want FCS to price it full price. Because the more money they make, the more staff they'll hire, the better, the more content they'll produce, innit? Pavel's got to be licking his lips at those numbers, though. I want to say 20 euros is very cheap. It's definitely not very cheap. It's definitely not cheap at all, let alone very cheap. But yeah, it's not expensive either. To be fair, to have any game release at 20 euros in 2025, I think is something to, almost something to behold. Whereas the consoles need to suffer. They probably will one way or another. There'll definitely be growing pains. And not growing pains, teething pains. But well, it's a no-brainer, ASR, isn't it? Why would it be any different to... I think it's any will that would be compatible with the console, no? Crazy how there hasn't been any new US freight routes since this one that drops in TSW3. Well, I mean, yeah. Dovetail claim that it's difficult to get all the information they need, but then a lot of people make a point on the forums of like class 2 railroads, which are like the less popular railroad companies and railway networks, which would probably be more likely to open the doors to Dovetail sort of making something out of one of their routes. Fake what, Simon? freight services. Interesting, Nabil. So it seems that SES would have to specifically cater to each will independently in a way. I think they would do a good job of that though. Like you have the guarantees almost, right? Like the Logitechs, the G29, 27, 9G920, and the G923. Then you'd have like the Thrustmasters, the popular ones. Hence why I think you still get trip freights to some extent in Europe. Ah. So are you saying that there's no like drop and go services like in the UK? Like it's just A to B? Because I haven't got a clue. Are Aerosoft cooked though, Nabil? Are they? Somehow, some way, they've lasted as long as they have, bro. If they haven't thrown the towel this far in, I think they'll be good one way or another. Ultimately, we'll see. But the quality of their game seems to have always been the same. And they primarily release for PC, where there's the most competition, and they've been okay. So, honestly, bro, I think they're good. They'll survive however they've been surviving all up to now. See what I'm saying about my mobile game earlier, yeah? So when somebody in your team spends real money and buys something, everyone gets a little reward, and this is a list of everyone that's been spending like real money. That's just today, I think, and the list goes on. And we're a smallish alliance. We're a smallish team. So yes, bro. I'm pretty sure that's just today. It doesn't say, but the fact that it doesn't go any further makes me think that that's just today. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's just today. And we're a small team that don't spend much. The game's called Last War Survival. When you say will the dev survive, Nabil, are you talking about... Because I don't know how it works, right? Like, clearly there are some titles that are failures. So I don't know whether there are a core bunch of developers that do a bit of this game, bit of that game, bit of this game, bit of that game, or whether they have one team dedicated to this particular game, one team dedicated to this game, and they work on that game only. And so when that fails, they're out of a job. I don't know. Yes, ASR. Last War Survival. In Germany, they have mixed freight and split train at the large marshalling yards. I mean, I know around London, I don't really see anything of this sort. Up north though, could be different. Come again, Nabil? What's Toksu? We've gone a little bit over half an hour, but we're 4 miles away from where we need to go. So right. I mean, so in that case, I don't know. I don't know how that would play out. Yes, ASR. How many times do you want me to say it? Last War Survival. So yes, Last War Survival game. Yes. It's not. There was a deliberate policy to get rid of wagon road freight in this country decades ago. On what? But like, why? On what basis? So yes, ASR. So I bought it because I finally wanted to buy into the brain rot of like, you know how they market it. They have that in the game, but it's a small part of the game, and it's not part of the main game. It's not part of the main game. So I got sucked in. I downloaded it so I could do that brain rot stuff. But then you realize, and it takes you a while. If you don't know what you're getting yourself into, it takes you a while. Everyone that downloads that game downloads it for the brain rot. Yeah, that kind of thing. So they do have it in the game. So I guess that's how they get past the false advertising. But bro, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. To save money. Huh. I'd have to look into that and try and understand how. A game that I play, Hank. Although it turns out to not be brain rot, but yeah. On PC, 4 plays. 81 all-time peak 8 years ago. Where the hell has this speed change come from, by the way? I'm trying to be patient with the dynamics, but it's taking quite a while. Don't need as many yards, local shot and stuff. So it's just, okay, yeah, valid. I mean, surely it would pay off in the long run, though, right? Surely, in a way, it would be more efficient. Unless I'm just talking at my backside. Right, Zvolo Groningen, Jureno, tell me you're still here. I believe that was your request. If you're not here, I'll skip on to the next one. No, Jureno's one was the freight one. Who initially requested Zvolo? I don't remember. Hank did. Okay. Bro said I think we can all agree to pass on this one. Nah, I'm gonna play it, man. I'm gonna play it. You know what? 40 yards, 35 yards. I'll take it. Oh, you're gonna give it to me? You're gonna give it to me? Are you mad? You're gonna give that to me? Silver! Hijo de puta. Right, let me go to the bathroom real quick. And we'll get into Zvola. Right. Bro read Hank say Hank did the request and failed miserably. How did I fail miserably? Why is it being weird with the mouse? I'm trying to use my controller. So it's either 20 minutes or an hour. There's no in between. It's gonna be 21 minutes. Okay. 20 minutes then. The Great Depression of March and April when his route dropped. It wasn't a Great Depression. That was probably the only time when TSW5 was active after its release. I didn't say Hank was in here. I was saying Joreno was in here. I think. Yo, Southeastern High Speed, man. What the heck? Austin Gordon's like a 10-minute drive. How the hell is it 20 minutes? I'm not going to do an hour run, Hank. Is there a 20-minute service from Zvola? I'm not gonna run for an hour, boss. There's a 17-minute service if you want me to do a 17-minute one. Otherwise, it seems like they're all hour-long services. I mean, there's one 17-minute one. That's it. There's only one 17-minute one. I'll do that one. I would prefer to do like a full run, like finish a service, if I can. Imagine seeing somebody dressed like this. This made sense to DTG when creating the new passenger system. So everyone's just wearing caps. Since we're not playing the brain rot ad game, it's coming up to a year now. It pisses you off, but why does this train piss you off? Share with the class. Does it still have that issue of it slows down quite quickly when you start coasting? I said I was gonna try streaming 1440p today, and I completely forgot. My bad. You're not willing to share? Boo. No afternoon stream today, no. I mean, this is the afternoon stream technically, right? It's the afternoon right now. I'm streaming. I'm gonna be out later. Oh yeah, sorry I didn't shout at you for Motorfest the other day, Nobel. I said I was gonna do so. Can't cope with those steep gradients on this route. I don't mind this being like an introduction into a like this type of route being an introduction into a country, into like a new country. But show us that you've seen its popularity. You've seen that people were understanding of the fact that this route is as boring as it is. And build on that, man. The fact that Dovetail don't have a Dutch route planned this for TSW6 is crazy. No excuse. No excuse for it, man. Then you do wonder what was the point of even bringing it into the game. You really do wonder. Because Matt went on the forums and said, yeah, we wanted to gauge, you know, what the reception to a Dutch route would be. Okay, you gauge that with a boring Dutch route, that the reception was quite well. So what are you planning to do with that information? I think we were expecting that, Simon. I think it's fair to say we were expecting that, and I think it would have been not far-fetched of an expectation to have. But alas, here we are. There were 5 more people playing TSW5 when this was released than when TSW5 released. I mean, hey, a record is a record, isn't it? Whether it's broken by 1 person or 1,000,000 people. Now, what you do when you've got that increase is you try and hold on. That's what businesses do. When they do something and they see that it's brought an increase in customers, they do what they can to hold on to those customers. Dovetail should have seen that and be like, okay, boom. There's been a great reception. What do you guys want to see next? Start doing polls. Start in what's the word? Start having conversations with the community about what could potentially come next. Instead, that's it. Everyone's waiting for a Dutch route. Dutch route comes out. Everyone's like, yay! And then back to silence. What game is that for, Nabil? 4 players right now. Oh, on the road. Yeah. Oh, was that where was that? It was an on the road dev, right? That was streaming when he sent me the picture of it last week or earlier this week. I wonder how many people were tuned into that stream then. It's tough. It's a tough position, man. It's a tough position, but I find it so ridiculous that you will go into that market where there's a strong dominant force and barely scratch the surface. You know? Like how can any company go into the truck sim genre without seriously competing against Eurotruck? What's the point? What are you doing there? What are you doing there? We got Simon's very specific Bremen Oldenburg service coming up next. Well, I mean, I tried. I missed the memo. What sort of service is 66307, Simon? I did miss the memo. Make money while there's no competition. That doesn't make sense. What, regarding what I said about truck sim? It doesn't make any sense. The whole point is that there is competition. Any truck sim, the only like I don't know, man. I was gonna say the easiest genre to go into is OMSI, because as much as OMSI is good as it is, it's outdated. So as long as you get the physics right and the sounds right, that's the only 2 things you need to get right. Content, you can start small and build on it. Get the physics and the sounds right. Slap it with modern day graphics. Good performance. And you're on to a winner. 66307 is an empty stock trade with a chance at the beginning. Ah, okay. How long is it? It's not going to be longer than 30 minutes, is it? If it is, I'll play half an hour of it and then move on to Hauptsache Rhein-Ruhr. That's my pronunciation. Okay, we'll see. We'll have a gander. Not join into what, Nabil? Oh, right. I mean, if it was like an expert level loco from TSG, I would understand that. But I think everything anyone needed to see, no matter what language you speak, has been seen. Well, the issue is, Simon, the other one was also 40 something minutes. So I've made up for it with this one being short. So now I can't go and imbalance the scales again. But we shall see. I'm peeling my chair. It's very satisfying. It was indeed 0 minutes ASR. Not that I had anything to say about it. But something similar was said about Frankfurt, Nabil, no? I don't remember the percentage of braking that you need to go down to. I've got it at 60%. Hopefully that's enough. Gonna put it more. You need to apply the brakes to stop. Thank you, boss. Appreciate you. That's real advice right there. I've been playing that route recently with the E94, although I haven't been playing much TSW to be fair. You can add that, can't you? You might. I don't know if you'll be able to add that as an emote. Good joke, ASR. Except that it's not a joke. It's a real tip. You can't add emotes. That's poor. That's poor from Twitch, man. Oh, hello. Quite hungry. I'm considering a pot noodle. Is that a bag of pills? Thank you, Mr. Hank. Thought this game was family friendly. So did I. They've only gone and added drugs into the game. Best NTSW. Each of their own, man. Each of their own, boss. Guess I'll do the 101 expert timetable. What train is it with, Simon? Cheers. Right, 110. I ain't driven this in a while. Quite a while, actually. So give me some grace. Where's the brake key? Is there not a brake key somewhere? Hello, Coppery. How you doing? There is a brake key somewhere. There we go. Shout out to the one guy playing. Actually, one guy. Oh my god. It moved like an absolute rocket. My first things first yesterday. What first things first? For Omzi? Oh. That's just like a standard thing. That's just a standard thing. What was that beeping? This is Bremen Oldenburg. A lot of routes have the ICE, mate. I am Nabil, of course I am. You know I am, and you know exactly what I'm curious about. So how about we skip? How about we skip the long part, and you tell me how you've gotten that livery on that bus, mate. Oh, is that the facelift? Hmm. I need to get my hands on that. Whoa, where are the lights? How many passengers in this empty train? Hopefully zero. I'll stop it. Welcome to Train Sim, Bill. That's the majority of the routes for ya. Some would say the same about buses, boss. I won't. Although, to be fair, you do still get... Thank you for the follow, Dizzy. You still do get boring bus routes. And you get routes that aren't so boring. Same way you can have a boring racetrack. And then racetracks that aren't so boring. Applies to any genre, really. Thank you, Dizzy. Appreciate you, mate. Boring bus routes. What don't I... let's see what I don't play. Okay, Rheinhausen, which I know you agree with, is a little boring. I'm not gonna lie, I low-key find Bremen Nord boring most of the time. Hence why I don't really play it much. Or maybe that's just the one line that we have in the company. I don't know. That's another thing. I don't know a lot of the routes outside of the bus company sim and what we have. I don't know about Vegas, I guess. I know the Miami one, yeah. I mean, it's got like an interesting section or two. But for the most part, it is a little bit dead. I haven't played that route ASR, so I don't know. I haven't played it yet. Is this how this is gonna be? Can I make the lights any brighter? I don't know if I can. Where are my headlights? No, you get what you get, I think. Better than the Class 390 headlights. I don't think I've ever even driven that train in the dark. I'll be honest. Hello, Tommy. I'm not tired. You know what's crazy? Every time I'm actually tired, no one ever clocks it. And when I'm completely fine, oh, I don't look tired. Oh, I don't look happy. Oh, I don't look like this. I don't look like that. I will say it. I'm the first to say if there's anything, if I'm feeling tired or upset or whatever. Don't assume, because you'll never get it right. What are you talking about, boss? What are you talking about? Bro came into the chat with some... Huh? I don't even know how to respond to that. No, Bill, what's your take? A fool for what? What fool? What's there to fool for? I don't even know what you're talking about. What's there to fool for? I'm lost for words more than anything. I didn't know there was anything to fool for. Each of their own indeed, man. I think that's valid. I think that's a valid response. Only thing that's guaranteed when I'm streaming is that my chair's gonna try and stab me. Maybe even succeeds. If he said no, it'd mean that you are a femboy but still haven't got your monster. Other way, same thing. Dominic. Dominic. Don't try that again. Is it a surprise to you, ASR? Like, I'm not expecting xenon lights, yeah. But you know, just a little something illuminating the very, very front, like, of the area where the train is. You know, just something. Just something. Just to let you, something to reaffirm that the headlights are actually on and work. Just a little something. No, bro, I told you, I don't have any memory of driving the 390 at night. Maybe I did so. If it was part of the journey mode, then I did. But I don't have any, like, actual memory of doing so. Is this going to be is this a real red? God damn it. Is this one of those stupid routes that has all the signals red until you get near them? Am I just going to get, like, effed over by PZB? You did with a mod that fixed it. I don't know because remember, that was the first route I think that I did the journey mode of. If it wasn't the first, then it was the second. That was before all the mods started to come out. So I don't think so. I know I had a mod later on that changed obviously lighting in general and also changed the texture of the Pendolino light. I don't know if it changed the lighting cone. Oh, I'm following a train, Simon. Okay. Yeah, one thing I don't want to go back to is the days of... Like Rapid Transit. Rapid Transit, you could never play with PZB because the signaling was default red until you got on close to it. And once you got close to it, it would then change, but it was close enough that it would trigger a speed restriction. I still don't know what that high-pitched ringing is. It's not CFA. This is basically nighttime on every TSW2 era routes. Why do I have a green, a solid green, followed by a red? That doesn't sound right. Doesn't seem right. Oh wait, the red's gone. Okay. Are all the mods going to work in TSW6? It's going to be the same as always, bro. Some will work, some won't. Some will need an update. Nothing different to the usual. Deux frères. I don't think that was approach control though, Simon. It didn't seem that way. Didn't seem that way. Can you eat marinade sauce as sauce? Like you would have ketchup or barbecue? Or does it depend? Oh, okay, okay. I guess it's not something you're familiar with then, Simon. Maybe one of those bugs that just randomly appears and disappears as it pleases. Goodness me, that's loud. I doubt it was due to me following something, considering that we've just got all greens now. Unless it's pulled away enough. Alright, Nabil. Enjoy your single player experience. I'm annoyed at myself that knowing that there was a PZB bug, or not a bug, but knowing there was a whole signaling thing, a rapid transit, I still continue to play with PZB. I said, you know what, I'm going to be the bigger man. I'm not going to turn it off because the game sucks. I mean, your multiplayer experience could be free also, Nabil. Just saying. It does seem that way now, Simon, with that signal up ahead. Although I could just open the map realistically and see, can't I? Can't just do that. Although it's just so hard to like see, and by the time I've like locked in, see if it's gonna be causing us a little emergency brake. I wish they would do that a little bit differently, man. Make it a bit clearer. Like, it was so simple in TSC. The track was just a line, and it was so easy to see where trains were. I don't know how we've gone backwards like this. It is a pretty cool service, to be fair. A lot of action from the coupling to yellow after yellow after yellow. We'll ease up on the throttle a little bit. Although, got a green now up ahead. Still take it easy, let the gap build a little bit. Then we'll put the hammer down. For the 120 kilometers an hour, it's not exactly putting down any hammers. I like it when the signal speed limit matches the HUD speed limit. But I also do like the fact that it sometimes doesn't, and it's up to you to spot it. Hello, Holy Trucker. Glad to hear you. You've always got an amazing experience to tell of. It's going for quite a bit. What have we got after this? We'll do the HRR route and then call it there. Should take us beyond the 4-hour mark. To be fair though, Holy Truck, I think snow really enhances any gameplay. So it sucks when sometimes it's not implemented super well on a route. Like there's that common issue on TSW where sometimes the shade of white on snow in a particular area can be a different shade of white from snow in a different area on the same scene. And then there was an issue of like there was weird snow build-up on platforms, especially. I think that was more so through TSW 3-4's life cycle, but nonetheless. But yeah, when it's implemented well, it looks really pretty. I assume it was snowing during that scenario, Simon. That's usually when you have that issue, and it's snowing. And remember, anytime it snows or rains, Dovetail like to throw in some fog. I don't quite understand it, never have. But that then also makes things worse as well when it comes to visibility. And the funny thing is, when it's raining and I take away the fog using God mode, it looks so much better and it actually feels like somewhat atmospheric. It sort of makes a bit more sense with the snow because of the thickness of like snowflakes. To be fair, ASR, I've had that experience a handful of times. Like driving through a cloud. Ah, maybe it was bugged then, Simon. I don't know if you're aware of the fog bug when TSW 3 first released. And it was just like you couldn't see anything, basically. As in you couldn't see anything. It had like bugged out and it was just set like ridiculously high. And so I was just driving, basically using the HUD. And it took a while for it to get fixed. I don't know why it took that long. No Vectron today, no. Maybe tomorrow. There's another Request a Route stream tomorrow. Oh, is it LMU? Wait, am I not doing 2 Request a Route streams today, this week? Maybe that was my initial plan. Ah, okay. I think I initially planned to do 2. Oh, I cancelled yesterday's one. I cancelled yesterday. I put an announcement out. I thought I was tweaking. I think I need to spend a bit more time with this one, Simon, as I work. Well, if I continue working my way through the E94 journey mode. Yeah, I announced it. I announced it on Monday. I announced it on Monday during my. I think one of the streams on Monday. I mentioned that it turns out that there won't be a stream on Wednesday evening. I won't be able to stream, and I complained about those sort of announcements. Like I wasn't too happy about the announcement being made late. And then on Tuesday, I accidentally mentioned that there was going to be a stream tomorrow. Is it Link around Strecker, Simon? If it is, then yeah, I was wrong. I don't know when I'll be playing this route properly. I've only ever played it. I've only ever touched it during Request a Route streams. It was Link around Strecker because of the 111, I believe. Whoa. That's why I need to be putting the key. How do I change this? Ah. What does look verb mean? Does it mean both or all? I don't see Duisburg. I do Mönchengladbach. I don't know if that would be correct or not. Oh, the 103. That was the one. The 103. On Linker Reinstrecker. Chain replacement ops are cool, man. On what? Thuringo World, Nabil? I didn't exceed 45. I didn't exceed 45. I was on it. I was on the limit. But 45 is the limit, though. So it should get mad when you go over it, not when you're on it. You don't get fined for going the speed limit. You get fined for going above the speed limit. You don't always have to press release when the 1000 hertz goes off. I believe from what I've read previously, it's actually not recommended. It's recommended to just let the train take care of it automatically. Because I won't be playing it, Nabil. This is the last one. This is the last request. I might change tomorrow's stream to another requester route. I don't know how much I'm feeling, LMU. You were super excited? Of course you were. From what I remember, the brakes are pretty good on here, I think. Not sure how much I want to test that, though. Maybe I will do some LMU. Maybe I will. tram replacement on Croydon. Is that actually a service you can? Is that a route you could do? They had some cool features behind Pro, man. What else have they got behind Pro that's cool? So they got a bus alarm. They got tram replacement routes. Already you get more value than what you get with PDP. Oh, is that why I couldn't do simulation servers? Oh, I didn't know. Oh. I think I had Pro once upon a time. They gave me Pro. Because I used to drive on the simulation servers. That's why I was so confused as to why it wasn't working the other day. QuickBoard's good. Yeah, I know about that one. The music playing, I guess it is a cool feature, but I mean, you could literally just have Spotify open in the background and play your own music. So I don't really know how much value the music player has. Bus music is the flex. Wait, is it bus music in a sense that like other players can hear it? Would have been cool for them to keep it authentic, but money have to make. And then they deserve it anyway, to be honest. I wish GCR development could speed up. It's a very the trains on it are very well made. No, it's not, bro. It's not. It's not. Shift control. See, that's cool. But to be in a private server, does everyone have to have Pro or only the host? That would make sense. That would make sense. But obviously they've got control about how they do it, innit? So I don't know if they would make it in such a way to entice more people to buy Pro. And you would have to have Pro just to play on the servers. They don't seem greedy though. They don't seem greedy. They seem like they've worked things out, or they've set things up in a way that makes sense. Not like how some other companies have done it.
Gebäude einfahren.
A lot of things on Roblox are a bit mind blowing. Because these are just like normal people. It's not like they're getting paid to kind of work out those sort of logistics. And then you've got the people that, when I say paid, I mean they get paid from obviously people paying for subs and stuff, but as in they're not paid developers with a salary, you know. And then you've just got like features within those games, like how Roblox, how British Rail does things better than, you know, this game. What a world. What a world indeed. What a world indeed. Passion always wins, man. Passion always wins. You can't tell me the guys behind Roblox Croydon are not passionate about buses. No way. Can't tell me the guys behind British Rail are not passionate about trains. Ah, I see. You've ruined it there, man. You've ruined it there. You were onto something. You were onto something. I just started to respect your opinion. We were, man. We were. And he just picked it up and threw it in the bin. I had a green signal. The yellow was for the track to my left. There was nothing for me to acknowledge. There was nothing there for me to acknowledge. Hello, Cisco. Of course you can, mate. Why not? Lighting really hurts the eyes, eh? $6, bro. If you're spending a lot of time, like I think that's for a very specific person. If you're spending a lot of time on that game, and the features that come with the subscription are meaningful to you, and then I don't see why not, man. I don't think it's too high. I think at that point, even like a tenner, you know, wouldn't be too bad. It just depends on how much value you place on what you get back. To someone, it could be a really good deal. To somebody else, it could be a bit too expensive. Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. Is it TSW 5 or 6? It's TSW 5, boss. I should have said 7 realistically. Halt. Stop right there. Papers. Papers, boss. It's a Delamain. It's a Delamain car. I can't get back up. I'm stuck. After what signal? 2000 hertz. I'm not the most familiar with 2000 hertz, so if it was that, then I don't have much to defend myself. If you play it for long enough, Nabil, what would you benefit from out of those features? Do you get a lot of London bus content pop up? If you do, then you'll hear it all the time. Also, yeah, the only times I remember and have the time to like look at your TikToks that you send me is when I'm on public transport, and I'm not about to open the TikToks that you send me on public transport. It's got to be when I'm at home and I'm not doing anything, which doesn't come up very often. It's a form of greeting. I mean, at this point, it basically has become that. I'm surprised the companies haven't like cracked down on it, because it is a bit of a piss take, to be fair. Like, it's literally an alarm. It's meant to inform people around that, you know, the driver's under attack. That's fair, Dommy. I mean, I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Yeah, like you said, Simon, it's quite common in TSW. All now, not much has changed if we're gonna be honest. JT will bless us up with a with a messy track. ATS I think did a pretty good job with Manchester Preston. The crew route is looking the same, but it's not like a standard, which is unfortunate. Come on, bro. Come on, Ak. Mirror twisting. What do you know about mirror twisting? Oh, because Nabil said it. I mean, it's one thing to do it with the physical mirrors. It's a whole other thing to do with cameras, man. That's a whole other thing. I bring back the Crew 2 map, though. Hawaii is nice and all of that, but trying to drive through the States. Canada? I don't think so. Why would that be good? Something new? No, I'm not trying to hear you out still. It's not gonna. It's gonna be. It's gonna have the same issue as Hawaii does, with it all looking too similar. The thing with the US map is they actually banged it because they made the north look like the north. They made the east look like the east. Like you go to New York, you can tell when you're in the Bronx. And then you go to like the Florida area and you see like there's a lot of like marshes and stuff. Like they got the environment bang on, with obviously working within the scale they could. I don't think that could be ever replicated if I'm being honest. I'd be down for that. I don't know how many other people would be. What's like the green stuff? What the hell? I can imagine the station being very busy IRL. All these platforms and all these tracks. This is a sad state of affairs. Gold. I banged that. What do you mean gold? Hello again, CP. Hayes mention is crazy. HRI's Hauptstrecke Rhein-Ruhr. The first one. Right, my people. Gonna leave it there. Let's have a little gander at who's streaming. When will I play some Croydon? Probably not until next week, or maybe over the weekend. I don't know. Depends. Depends how I'm feeling. Depends how I'm feeling. I'm not even logged on. I'm not logged on here. I'm logged on my streaming PC. Carter hasn't streamed for a while, no. Hope he's okay.
And I was right. So I was right. I knew I couldn't control it.
Seven 720p. Wow. That's a really bad bit rate. No. I want to give you guys at least a decent viewing experience. 720p again. Includes paid promotion. I doubt it. You know what? I'm just going to leave it there. Right. Yes. Sorry, Riders fan. But I'll be back tomorrow with some LMU. I'm contemplating making the stream another requester route. But I'm not going to promise anything right now. If I do change my mind on it, then I'll slap it in the Discord. But yeah, I'm going to leave you lot there. Have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for keeping me company. I don't know what Nabil's doing. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay safe. Health is wealth. Jesus Christ loves you all. And until the next one, peace out.